The song our paddles sing in the stillness tells the story of a country. It's a song born here that echoes through history. A note to distance, the unknown. We sweat, burn, push, and fight, not for money, glory, or accolades, because it reminds us of who we are. Screw loose daredevils and romantic obsessives, most ourselves in the rage and the whip and the whirl, or the reflective silence before the gun goes. And we know we're home.
Hey, good morning,
everyone.
Pierre Luc.
Hi, Ian.
And how are you doing this morning out in Dartmouth?
Great. It's a great sunny day out here. A little cold, but great day out east of Canada today. So hoping it's similar out west on Lake Burnaby for these trials today.
We're going to go up on the race course. We just had a start, I believe. Important clarification here this morning. We've just, you'll see when you're watching the race this morning that there's a boat without a boat number, and that's because this race being run this morning is being run as a time control, a training race for these athletes. And the reason for that is as a precaution at the first level of our COVID protocols that we've put in place here for this event and have been running throughout the pandemic with our team. We've initiated the first layer of those COVID protocols, and because of that, we've postponed the selection race for two events today. The C2 500, which we're watching the this for right now with these athletes that we're due to compete in that, as well as the men's C1 1,000 meter final number 2. So it's a precaution, and it's the first layer of our protocols to make sure everyone's safe, which is our priority, Pierre-Luc. And so that's why we're watching this now. But I can follow up, Pierre-Luc. Let's watch now Sophia and Julia, our U23 defending world champions, as well as Evie and Ella here in lane 2, and Rowan and Anawa in the other red boat.
Yeah, and we saw a good race from the white boat here in the race yesterday with Sophia and Julia challenging for the win. So great to see them out there stretching their lead here as they're coming to the back half of this 500 meter final this morning. And again, sorting through the details, but great to see everyone refocusing and being able to race and getting ready and staying safe through this event. So great showing here. You can see those long, powerful stroke by that winning crew up front, and then having a bit of a fight here coming in for a tight second place.
Yeah, and I think it's great to see here these athletes out here getting fired up and getting out on the race course. It's been a busy couple last hour here, Pierre-Luc, as we've worked through the situation this morning. But these athletes want to be out there. They want to test themselves. They've prepared for this day, and these are all, as we've said before, 3 amazing crews of athletes. Let me just run through it. I just want to run through it again for everyone. So the situation here is of extreme caution. Our protocols that we've set up in place have been triggered, and we are just based on monitoring for symptoms, triggering the first level of our protocol. And 2 events today will be postponed in terms of selection, and those are the women's C2 500 meter and the men's C1 1,000 meter, which is scheduled for later today. Those are being postponed, and we're going to follow up with details and work with the team and those athletes and the coaches to work through the situation, and just taking the utmost precaution here to make sure that everyone's safe, because that's overriding absolutely everything else, Pierre-Luc, as you know, and providing everyone with the support that we need this morning. So that is the situation here, and so that's why we just saw basically a time control, a chance for those athletes to get out
and Ian, will it be the same situation
making
for
sure
the
you
men's?
can still hear me, Pierre-Luc.
Yeah, you just came back. You cut out for a second, but will it be the same situation for the men's C1? Will it be a time control for that race so people know to tune in, or is the race completely postponed at this stage?
Just pending. That's going to be decided with working with the coaches and the athletes. So we'll get back on that. That was the race. The women's C2 race this morning was postponed. So, but the athletes themselves were here, and being the paddlers they wanted to go out on the water and still go through with a race simulation, and so that's what they did.
Wonderful. All right, so as things get figured out, we'll provide more information as we know, but the next race on our calendar is the women's K2 500 meters that will take place in about 10 to 12 minutes, with crews racing for their second final here this morning. Yesterday's saw a strong showing from Courtney and Natalie taking the first win, so we'll see if they can get their second win this morning and secure their overall win for this event. Should a different crew be winning that race, it will create a race-off situation that would happen later this afternoon. So wanted to provide a bit of that.
Yeah, thanks, Pierre-Luc. Those women's K2 crews are out on the water, and and again, just resetting with you a bit, PL. We had a bit of a forecast for more wind this morning, and I'm happy to report Burnaby Lake so far has come through again for us. So it's looking and a little overcast, but it's a nice morning here on Burnaby Lake, and the athletes are raring to go and excited to race this morning.
Yeah, no, so that's great. And there's a number of exciting races for people tuning in this morning. So as we said, the women's K2 will be next. We'll figure out what's happening with the C1 and let you guys know. Following that will be the final of the men's K1 200 meters at 10:30 local time. The women's kayak final for the 500 will happen after that at 11:45, and then early afternoon Burnaby time at 2 p.m. will be the second final of the men's K2000. And again, as I mentioned this morning, depending on results and if we have different winners, there might be some race-off situation that would happen a bit later. Donc pour tout le monde, en fait, l'horaire de ce matin, on vient d'avoir la course de C2 500 mètres. Étant donné une situation avec la COVID qui a eu lieu, il y a plusieurs protocoles qui ont été mis en place, donc beaucoup de sécurité et s'assurer que tout était là. Donc cette course était en fait plus une opportunité de faire un temps, mais la sélection a été repoussée à une prochaine date. Donc la prochaine course sera les femmes K2 500 mètres à 8h45 heure locale. Ensuite, la course de C1 1000 mètres. Il y a quelques décisions à savoir pour cette course, étant donné le protocole de COVID qui a été mis en place. Donc, on va vous informer quand on aura plus de détails. Mais par la suite, il y aura le K1 200 mètres pour les hommes à 10h30, le K1 500 mètres pour les femmes à 11h45, et la dernière course de la journée sera le 1000 mètres pour le K2 pour les hommes à 2h. Comme j'expliquais un petit peu plus tôt, si c'est des gagnants différents d'hier, dans toutes ces finales-ci, ça crée une situation en fait de race-off qui aurait lieu cet après-midi. Donc, on vous tiendra au courant quand les résultats seront en place, à savoir si cette provision est nécessaire et s'il y aura des courses cet après-midi ou non. Donc, bienvenue ce matin, bien content de vous avoir avec nous et on vous tient au courant avec plus de détails quand ils seront disponibles.
Merci, Pierre-Luc. And I just want to be clear also, I know it's just in French as well, that we're at the initial stage of our protocol. So we're moving out of abundance of caution this morning, and that this is nothing out of the ordinary in terms of the processes we've gone through and people are now used to. And we're just erring on the side of absolute caution and prioritizing everyone's health. So that's where we are this morning.
Donc, pour ajouter un petit peu, juste pour donner cette précision-là, comme Ian vient de le mentionner, c'est le premier stade, en fait, du protocole, donc qui est vraiment une précaution étant donné certaines choses. Donc, une abondance de sécurité, s'assurer que tous les athlètes et les entraîneurs et tout le monde sont corrects, étant donné les indications préliminaires à ce niveau-ci. Donc, stade 1, et on verra ce qui se passe par la suite, mais c'est des protocoles qui ont été mis en place justement pour que ces événements-là puissent se tenir. Donc, rien d'inhabituel, mais on peut s'assurer de la sécurité de tout le monde.
So there we are. It's one of those years, right, Pierre-Luc? We're all in this together and going step by step. And again, in all these situations, my thoughts are always with the athletes as we make adjustments, and we will continue to make adjustments and do the best we can in all these situations. But we do have, you said, Pierre-Luc, an exciting K2 race coming up this morning, and there is a gentle little tailwind coming down now. So we're excited to see what sort of times we have and what kind of race will shape up here in this event this morning.
Yeah, we had a pretty close race yesterday between the winning crew of Courtney and Natalie and then the second place crew of Maddie and Lisa. So it'll be exciting to see if they're tweaking their strategy a little bit, if they're able to do something a little bit different or polish their race plan and come up with a similar or different results depending who you're cheering for. But definitely exciting for the sport and spectators to have two K2s out there battling it out, and not to discount the other two or three boats that are still out there as well. Really, it's Olympic trials. You never know what's going to happen. So it'll be exciting to see if they can come out a little bit out of nowhere and take the win here this morning. So a few races within races happening as we're going through, and really great to see athletes finding partners, even if they didn't necessarily anticipate to race with them, and finding an opportunity to go out there and compete at the trials.
Yep, for sure. And you know, these women's kayaks athletes, you know, just by nature, Pierre-Luc, that there are 4 events at the Olympics for women's kayak, K1 200 meter, K1 500 meter, K2 500 meter, and K4 500, that it means it's a busy weekend for the women's kayak athletes. And I have so much respect for all of them in terms of their ability to refocus, readjust. You know, each of those events, Pierre, is a different, quite a range of numbers of seconds of work in a race. And for all these athletes to be adaptable and readjust, get in a different crew boat and put out another effort. I just have so much respect for them. It's hard for people maybe to appreciate the difference in, for example, K1 500 versus K4 500 and then jumping into K1 200, what that and even to see, for example, Michelle Russell so far winning 200 and winning the first final in 500 as well. I mean, just amazing performances by all these athletes to be so adaptable.
Yeah, and it's like it's not dissimilar in terms of what we're seeing at some of the top athletes at the World Cup and at the Olympic level, where they'll be racing multiple events. So showing that depth and ability to change the focus, paddle a little bit differently, adapt to other teammates, but also do it in the singles as well is really impressive and really a key component of being an international paddler. So puts a lot of emphasis on being adaptable, bouncing back, having the right mental fortitude. So if something doesn't go well, there's still other chances elsewhere. So being able to really compartmentalize those results and being able to deliver when the gun goes here. So we're about 5 minutes to start to this next K2 race. Again, the women's K2 500 meters, the second of finals. As I mentioned before, Courtney and Natalie taking the first win yesterday morning, actually, in this event. And yeah, it looks, Ian, like it looks like the weather is holding up and pretty good. I was doing my prep this morning and was looking at cloudy and rainy weather. So glad to see that it's not looking too bad as we're looking at the screen.
Let's only talk about it a couple more times, so I don't want to jinx it here. But yeah, so far the rain's held off and the wind has calmed down from the time we got to the course till now. This morning, the wind has let off, and so we are, we're pleased right now at this what we're seeing, and what we want is a fair race for all these athletes to get out there and show us what they have in all their events today safely and just being able to finish off the fourth day of these Olympic and Paralympic trials, which have been pretty impressive, I'll be honest, Pierre-Luc, with all these athletes from our para athletes over the first couple of days, who all of them, some newer to racing, some like Erica Scarf, a veteran of the Rio Paralympics, all have shown to be improvements, and that bunch of para athletes left here, Pierre-Luc, that team has not been so energized at any point, and so I'm excited to see where they're headed next with our Paralympic team, and that selection will continue as we make an assessment is made of where those athletes are at and where the next step goes for them.
Yeah, I know, it's super exciting. And as a bit of a recap for folks who are joining us for the first time now, we had 6 athletes that qualified for the Olympics and Paralympics so far. The process is a bit complicated with quotas and everything on which event is a direct qualification, which event is a performance assessment. But the ones that have gone directly to the Olympics have concluded already, and that was the women's K4 500, where Maddie, Michelle, Elena, and Adrienne took two of the wins on the first 2 days, and then also had a clean win by Katie Vincent in the women's C1, following a great race by Laurence in the first final, taking the win, and Katie bouncing back the next day and then winning the ultimate race off between the two of them. And then Andrea Nelson as well, winning her ticket to the Tokyo Paralympics. So congratulations to those 6 athletes as we're gearing up here for the K2 500. So you're seeing the boats have lined up, backing into the boat holders that are at the 500 meters, that dock that's stretching across the course. And then those boats are getting ready to go. So I'm sure we'll have a look at the start list and get shots of the boats as we're getting ready. But yeah, flat water here looks really good. So in lane 1, we have Adriana Lily Osende and Grace Webby, both from the Micmac Aquatic Club. In lane 2, Marin Bradley from Rideau and Alexa Irvin from Masqua. In lane 3, Natalie Davison from Rideau and Courtney Stott from Balmy Beach. In lane 4, Lisa Bissonnette, the Pointe Claire, and Madeline Schmidt from Rideau. And in lane 5, Sarah Nagy from Richmond Hill. And I missed who was with Sarah, so apologies for that as it crossed over. But we're getting some nice shots here as we're getting ready to go in this race. Nice shot of lane 3 here. So again, this race probably low 140s around that. Coming in a bit quicker than the K1 you would have seen yesterday afternoon, but really making sure that it's really, really important for that boat to get up to speed really quickly up on top of the water to maximize the glide of that boat being a little bit longer than the K1. And then just working together to make sure that the pressure on the blade happens at the similar times to be able to keep that glide going. Oh, and then it was Anna with that I missed earlier today, so apologies for that. Anna from Masqua as well.
Just in the blocks here, Pierre-Luc, you see what a beautiful morning. I'm just laughing because we've just been blessed so far with the weather, and great to see these athletes lining up.
Yeah, so the race is...
Sorry, Pierre, it's lane 5 at the top.
And here we go. We have a clean start. I'm heading down the course now. Strong start from the middle here, that white boat, as you can see. And then everyone coming through. So it'll be a fast race here, as we mentioned before. The camera will pan out around the 250, so we'll get a good sense of who's sitting where as they're transitioning into their race space. So again, you can see the stroke rate come down just a tiny bit from the start, trying to get as much glide as they can through every stroke, but not bring it down too much, given that this race is still quite short overall. So great shot of all these athletes here as they're coming down, all 5 boats. Looks to be a race between those 2 front boats here, Natalie and Courtney, and then Elisa and Maddie as well. So tight race here for the first place position at the moment as they cross at the 250 meter mark. So it's Lisa and Maddie in second from your right, and then Natalie and Courtney in the white boat here down at the bottom, I believe.
Correct. Yeah, that's blue. It's Lisa and Maddie in the blue and white. Natalie and Courtney, tight race.
Yeah, it looks like similar to yesterday, pulling a little bit away in the second half here as we're closing into the last 100 meters and getting really close. Remember, the line is between those white buoys that we'll see as we pan out to the finish line. But yeah, not even half a boat here as we're crossing through. So great finish by those athletes. And then coming in third place is Marin and Alexa here, and then rounding up the field. So congratulations to all those athletes. Unofficially having Courtney and Natalie securing their second win here, meaning that the overall win would be awarded to them for the K2 500 event. And solid race.
Yeah,
here
it was
by
a great race
as well. Yeah,
great race for both of them. And here's Alexa and Marin just coming in with their red shirts on. A good race this morning, and a big effort by all these athletes. This women's kayak team has been strong all week and has been strong all winter, and this team has qualified that K4 and is looking ahead for securing more quota spots as a team, as a unit. And it's not just a reflection of any one crew or any one group, but it's of a whole level of this entire program and that group that continues to push each other. And we had an example of them pushing each other there this morning, right to the end in this second K2 final. But congratulations to Natalie and Courtney, and great effort from Lisa and Maddie as well, and all the athletes out there.
Yeah, no, for sure. Great race by everyone, and again, all the volunteers on the water making this happen. It's a bit cold out there, I'm sure, but being out there to make this happen, so everyone has a chance to race in a safe and secure environment. So thanks to everyone who's participating from Canoe Kayak BC, the town of Burnaby, and everyone who's helping out for these events to take place, and everyone really from Canoe Kayak Canada, including yourself, Ian, on site, and the whole staff and volunteers around that are making this happen. So. And we can see the results here on the screen now. So Natalie and Courtney confirming their win in a 146.5, followed closely by Lisa and then Madeline Schmidt in a 147.2, and then coming next and are Marin and Alexa in a 152.3, Sarah and Anna in a 153.4, and then the Micmac crew of Adriana, Lily, and Ascende and Grace Webby rounding the field in a 155. So great race by everybody here. Strong showing by the women's kayak program.
Yeah, it's a great race this morning, and again, big props to all these athletes, Pierre-Luc, and just a great effort, and this is certainly not a process without its highs and lows, and just big, massive support for all these athletes and the amazing effort they've put in. You know, that the recognition here is not for 1 or 2 or 4 or 10 people; it's for everyone and their incredible efforts, and we'll continue to see those efforts later today and going forward from these athletes. So Pierre, we're going to sign off now. I think we have a little bit of our next race. We'll confirm shortly what's going to be happening in terms of the 9:30, as I mentioned before. Our first, we have engaged the first layer of our COVID protocols here out of an abundance of caution, and 2 events. The finals for this morning have been postponed pending our next steps, and those are the C2 this morning, the women's C2 500, and this month. So we will be providing an update, PL, and we'll be in touch with everyone, and we're staying safe and putting the safety of everyone as our priority, and supporting where we can these great races and moving ahead. So thanks, PL. Thanks for connecting with us this morning, as always, from Dartmouth, and we'll be back. Yeah. We'll check back in at 9, just ahead of the 9:30 race, regardless, to check in with everyone. So see you then. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Talk soon.
The song our paddles sing in the stillness tells the story of a country. It's a song born here that echoes through history. A note to distance, the unknown. We sweat, burn, push, and fight, not for money, or glory, or accolades, because it reminds us of who we are. Screw loose daredevils and romantic obsessives, most ourselves in the rage and the whip and the whirl, or the reflective silence, before the gun goes. And we know we're home.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon to you, Pierre-Luc, I guess, in Dartmouth. Welcome back here to Burnaby Lake, and we do have the final coming up very shortly. Very exciting 200-meter K1 final. I just wanted to provide a brief update as those asking questions. Obviously, naturally, we've had a bit of an adjustment to the schedule today. We've initiated the initial level of our COVID protocols, and related to that, we've postponed the women's C2 500 meter and the men's C1 1000 meter finals for today have been postponed, and that when those will be rescheduled for, and the details of that will be communicated as soon as that's firmed up. But our first concern here is safety and the health of our participants, and we're really operating here out of an abundance of caution at this time. So we're just taking the steps needed to make sure everyone stays safe, and when things can be lined up, we will reschedule those races and are working to support all the athletes involved here as we make these adjustments in this unprecedented time. So thanks, Pierre-Luc. If you could just provide a quick update.
Yeah, no, for sure. Donc, juste pour donner un petit peu plus d'informations sur ce matin. Donc, le premier niveau, en fait, du protocole de la COVID-19 a été activé, principalement pour des précautions et s'assurer que tous les athlètes et tous les entraîneurs et bénévoles qui sont présents soient en fait avec abondance de sécurité. En fait, c'est ce qui se passe. Donc, on a la course de C2 500 mètres de ce matin des femmes et la course de C1 1000 mètres. Il y a un délai, en fait, jusqu'à temps qu'on ait une méthode pour savoir qu'est-ce qu'on va faire avec ces deux courses-là. Donc, pour l'instant, ces deux courses-là ont été délayées à plus tard dans la journée ou à une autre journée, dépendant de ce qui va être choisi. Donc, la course qui s'en vient va être la course des hommes K1 200 mètres. Donc, on va continuer avec une super finale dans quelques minutes, mais pour l'instant, ce qui est important, c'est la sécurité des athlètes et s'assurer que les protocoles sont bien mis en place. Donc, c'est ce qui a été fait jusqu'à l'instant et on se prépare maintenant avec le reste des finales pour la journée.
Yep. So we're on. So let's move. It's going to be coming up in just 3 minutes. We have the men's K1 200 meter final. So run down here in lane 1, Nick Matviv from Bomby Beach. Lane 2, Dom Crete de Trois-Rivières. Lane 3, Mark DeYoung, who won the first race yesterday. Final 1 from Masqua, Alex Scott. Lane 4 from Masqua. And lane 5, Laurent Levin de Trois-Rivières, et aussi de Trois-Rivières en couloir 6, Alexandre Martin. So they're just up there lining up, and this is a very strong field. Pierre-Luc, an exciting race yesterday, and certainly expect the same here.
Yeah, the top 4 athletes were in the same second, same tenths. It was very, very close. So we can see the athletes here getting ready to go. So Alexandre at the top to your left, and then coming down in the middle here. So really excited with Nick all the way up to your right here on the right-hand side of the screen. So again, this is a 200 meters. It'll be 35, 36 seconds as we're coming through. Really, really quick race. So really important to nail that start as we're getting ready. So you can see the athletes are in the block now with their both holders, making sure that everyone is on the line and getting a fair start. So we'll get underway in just a few seconds here. Getting some nice shots of the athletes here across the course as they're focusing and getting ready for the second final of the K1 200 as a as Ian said, Mark DeYoung took the win yesterday. So depending on the results here, if it's a different winner, we would have a race off later in the day. So we'll wait and see if Mark, that we can see on the screen right now, can pull a repeat victory in this final this morning. So again, quite fair and nice conditions, as we see a nice shot of Dom here as he's getting ready to go. And here we go. Hitting a start, really clean start from all the athletes. Oh, actually, looks like we may have gotten a false start, so the race was called back. So the athletes will circle back, refocus, go back into the blocks, and then we'll get the race underway again. Not sure if we'll get some information around who committed the false start, but no one's out of the race at this point. They'll get a second opportunity to go back and get this going. So you can see Alexandre and Alex here on the left, and getting ready to loop back, refocus, and making sure that they relax after those first few hard strokes.
And not uncommon here, Pierre-Luc, obviously, to have a false start in the 200 as everyone's geared up and ready to go. This is a super important race in terms of selection, and just anytime you have 6 athletes of this level lining up, they're going to want to anticipate the start as best they can. So they're circling around and will line up again.
Yeah, whoever would have committed the false start will be a little bit careful here as they're going through, making sure that they're not guilty of a second one, which would kick them out of the race at this point. So that you'll see them circle back and get ready to go, refocus, and making sure that everyone is in the right state of mind as they're going here. So. But yeah, Ian, as you were saying, nice conditions still. Quite lucky for the West Coast that not too much rain and wind and stuff for this time of the year. A bit of a wind now, but looks quite fair out of the course. And then making sure that there's no advantage out there. So should be a great race here as the athletes are getting ready to go again for this the second start of the men's K1 200 meter final. So you can expect some really, really high stroke rates here as the athletes are going to try to bring their boat to speed really quickly and then carry through the speed throughout the race distance here. The last 50 meters are the hardest part of this race, making sure that you don't slow down too much. But here we go. You can see that rate cranking up really, really fast. All those athletes have a lot of power and explosiveness. A nice shot of Nick here as he's crossing through in lane 1. But yeah, we can expect a really, really tight field here coming through. So approaching the first 100 meters, it looks like Alex and Mark are doing quite well out there. And then Dom as well. So tight field as we're coming through the last 50 meters. Actually, Nick out here down in lane 1 looking to have a stellar race as he's coming down. And yeah, Nick taking this by half a boat. So looks like once it's confirmed, we may have a race-off situation here coming down between 2 athletes a bit later in the day. So again,
the replay here looks like here. Nick, on the inside, and Mark in 3 shooting there.
Yeah, too close to call for second, third, and fourth. Again, very, very tight field, and we know those athletes are world class in this level. Mark having won worlds multiple times in this and winning some Olympic medals, and Alex racing internationally, Dom having won Pan Am Games. So it's a pretty stellar field here in this event as we're going through. And then 2 really talented U23 paddlers as well from Trois-Rivières. So very, very strong final for the men's K1 200 that we just got the chance to see. We'll see yesterday. It was so tight, the results took a little while to get out. So we'll see how long it takes to confirm those results here in the next few minutes. But what a race from Nick coming from the outside here and really taking it out to those guys. And it just looked like from the start, able to bring his boat speed really, really quickly and carrying through. So you can see that endurance from one of the top 500 meter athletes of the program and one of the members of that men's K4 that has been doing so well over the last few years. So the athletes will now proceed to boat control and making sure that everything is fine from a weight perspective. As everyone likely knows, those boats have to weigh a certain weight, and so I'll have to make sure that we confirm that before they go back and cool down. And then Nick, as we mentioned, Nick here 35.0, which is really really fast for these conditions, followed by Mark, and then Dom and Alex being very close in third and fourth place. And then Laurent and Alexandre coming in fifth and sixth place. So looks like we'll have a race off between Nick and Mark later in the day, and those details will be announced once they are known, to make sure there's enough time for recovery. And then we'll make sure that we communicate that either through the stream, but also through other channels, the social media and things, as it was on day 2 when we had the race off between Laurence and Katie in the women's C1 200-meter event.
Pierre-Luc, that looks like that was quite here on the stream and here in person. A great performance by Nick Matviv in lane 1. I think he'll be happy with that. After sort of bouncing back from yesterday, and he's looking strong, and a great second place finish for Mark DeYoung as well. So we will work on the details here on our end on next steps with that, and just great for all those competitors that they were very close in that 35-second mark there. They were the top 4 all within 0.7. It's incredible. So great work by all of them.
Yeah, it shows how tight this event is. Having Nick, I think, come in fifth place or fourth place yesterday and being able to win the second final, meaning that one or two strokes really makes a big difference in this race. So able to put it all together today. So congrats to Nick as he's taken the second win, and we'll be cheering on the 2 athletes in the race off once we get all the details.
Yep. Well, that's all for now. I think, Pierre-Luc, it's a bit of a spread out schedule today as we work through these different events, but we do have the next event at 11:45 our time. So in just over an hour, we're going to have the final of the women's K1 500 meter. So really looking forward to that event. Michelle Russell got the win yesterday in the first final. So going to see what she can bring to final number 2, and also this strong field of athletes to challenge her. So we'll be reconnecting at 11:45, and at that time bring any other updates we can to the community watching and supporting across the country. So thanks everyone for joining in. Merci, and we'll be in touch and connect with you later.
Merci, à bientôt. Hey everyone, welcome back to the coverage of the Sprint Canoe Kayak Olympic and Paralympic trials. Gearing up today for the women's K1 500 meter final in just a few minutes, about 7 minutes now. So the women are on the water getting warmed up. So thanks for joining us, and then thank you to the city of Burnaby and to Canoe Kayak BC for helping host these events today. So a bit of a recap for the day. So we've had this morning a few events that were pushed out due to the enactment of the COVID protocol. So more updates will come on that in the next few hours as things come in. And hi, Ian, just joining me now on the broadcast. We then had the women's K2 500 meter final and the second final that was won by Courtney and Natalie, securing their second win. And then the men's K1 200 meter final, the last event that went through with Nick Matviv securing the second win there, and then creating a race-off situation for a bit later this afternoon. Ian, looks like it's getting a little bit windier out there, and the conditions are picking up a little bit. So maybe I'll defer to you to maybe provide an update on the weather and how things are going at the course.
Yeah, it's the wind's picking up for sure. A little bit of rain started falling, so our luck of sunny skies and clear skies is broken, but it's still not too bad. There is a strong tailwind coming through, but it's pretty straight tailwind and just a light rain falling. So it looks okay out there for racing. Still, all these athletes are gonna get quite a push. So we'll keep an eye on that as they come down.
Oh, that's great. So good to see that that this race is going forward, and these women have had quite a bit of a busy weekend already, racing some K4 races, K1 200, K2 500, and now closing this out in the K1 500 final. And this is a repeat of yesterday's final, yesterday afternoon, which was won by Michelle Russell. So it'll be quite interesting to see if anyone comes out to challenge her out here in the second final of this event.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see for sure. The wind is picked up, like you said, but all these athletes are used to paddling in different conditions. Here's the lineup if you want to go through it, Pierre-Luc.
Yeah, so we have in lane 1, Alana Bray Lougheed from the Burloak Canoe Club. Lane 2, Madeline Schmidt from the Rideau Canoe Club. Lane 3, Michelle Russell from Chima. Lane 4, Courtney Stott from Balmy Beach. Lane 5, Lisa Bissonnette from Pointe Claire. And then in lane 6, Andréane Langlois de Trois-Rivières. So strong women here. Four of them would have qualified for that K4 spot going to the Olympics earlier this week. So quite an emotional time for them to get that spot and get that secure. And then putting it on the line one last time here for the second final of the K1 500. So we can see Michelle there just lining up, getting ready to go into the blocks as everyone's rounding the corner on the dock at the 500. As you said, Ian, seeing a little bit of white caps there, so a little bit bumpier than it was, but nothing that these women have not seen before, having to train outside and everything. So it's a good thing that they're used to training in all conditions, and certainly not the worst that we've seen, as people may think about some previous races like Sydney and other regattas where the weather can be quite difficult to navigate. The good thing is that it's a big tailwind out here, so yeah.
Exactly. The tailwind's coming right from behind. It looks like it's going to give a push, and once everyone gets settled in front of the starting dock, it should be pretty smooth for lining up and getting started here. So they're just making the turn and taking a look down their lane.
Yeah, so it might take a little bit of time to line up, as normally athletes have a booth that they go in, and with a tailwind it just keeps them in. Now they'll be held back, as you see on the screen now, by a boat holder at the back, so the boat will be pushed forward. So nice shot of Michelle here. It's had a stellar weekend so far, getting ready to go. So we're about 3 minutes from the start here as the women are lining up, backing up into the blocks for this K1 500. Nice shot of Maddie here from the Rideau Canoe Club. I know she had been getting a lot of support throughout the weekend from the club. We saw a lot of tweets from Rideau and the community there. So hi to everyone who's joining us for this final. Again, I'd anticipate they're not going to keep them in the blocks too long given this win. So nice shot of Alana here out of Burloak. So good shot at Courtney here in lane 4. She had a great race yesterday in the K1 500, so we'll see if she's able to put a repeat or gain a few positions here as we're going through. Here's Lisa in lane 5 from Pointe Claire. And in lane 6, we have Andriane in her black and multicolor boat from Trois-Rivières. So Andriane is on your left here, far left, coming through. So to orient the viewers a little bit. So again, we're probably 1 minute to start now with the starter controlling the race and making sure that all the women are lined up and getting ready to go for this final. So as you see, a little bit of droplets of rain here, but nice shot of all the athletes and seeing a little bit of waves coming through from the back, as Ian mentioned a little bit. So we'll have to navigate that a little bit, but nothing out of the ordinary. Oh, and we're making a turn. And here we go. Seem to be getting a good start from everyone here in this women's K1 500 meter second final. Looks like Michelle out to a very good start here on the field, but neck and neck with everybody as we cross the first 100 meters of this race. Again, long race here, about just under 2 minutes, so a lot of time to make a few moves. Not a lot of opportunities for mistakes, however, so it's really crucial to nail your race plan as you're coming down the course, keeping your stroke rate high enough to harness that tailwind and making sure that you're light and controlled throughout. So looks like Michelle had a great start here and looking to push the pace, and Andriane on the outside as well in lane 6 to your far left, looking like they're really trying to get that first 250 and then set themselves up well for this race. We're approaching halfway here, just under a minute. Again, looks like these athletes are pushing really hard. This second win really important to continue to set them up on the Olympic qualification for a number of these athletes for the summer. We can see the stroke rate trying to come up a little bit as athletes are crossing the halfway point here and getting ready to go for the last little bit of this race. So Michelle looks like she's got a good race going so far with Andriane on the outside there as they're coming through. So tight race between a few of the athletes, but Michelle looks relaxed and in control here with Maddie and Andriane in second place, and just about 100 meters to go to close this race out. And we'll see the finish line shot here coming through, but really strong finish here from Michelle taking the win and really close from second place, and Courtney coming in fourth for this event. So good job to all the women completing their program here at the Olympic trials. Looks like unofficially Michelle taking the win here, and we'll get that confirmed, which is her second win in this event, meaning that she has the overall win in the women's K1 500. So congrats to Michelle on a perfect race card this weekend. And then really tight between Alana and Lisa here for fifth. So big weekend for all these women. Lot of racing, again, as we talked about, K4, K2, 2 K1s. So a lot of races, a lot of regrouping, recovery, making sure that they're all ready to go in different race plans and all of that. So given the number of events they have to handle, really good that they managed to do that over the last 4 days, especially at a stressful event like the Olympic trials.
So. Great effort there by Michelle. I think we have to recognize a great performance like that. See it, and congratulations to Michelle for an amazing weekend. A veteran competitor and following up the K4 with dominating performances in K1. Hats off to Michelle and to her coaches and the whole club at Chima and the whole community and her family supporting her, and also just all these the 6 athletes out there and the entire field. It's been a long week for the women's kayaks and all these athletes competing so hard, and just so proud of all of them for the effort they put out there. And you saw here different conditions, and it's been a winter and a year of different conditions and different things being thrown at our athletes, but amazing, and so proud of them for their perseverance and how hard they worked. So here's the times, PL.
Yeah, so Michelle closing out a really strong time here, just clocking under 153 in a 152.9, and Madeline Schmidt coming second in a low 155, Andriane in a 155.3, and then Courtney in a 157.9, and Alana and Lisa, we saw that very close in just under 2 minutes here, 59.1 and 59.6. So good to see the whole field being kind of close as we go through, and then good to see the K4 girls performing well in K1 as well. Sets them up well for the rest of the year as they'll go on to the World Cups events if and then the Olympics when those do occur later this year in July.
Yeah, so it's we got the next steps moving forward. It will be the selected team moving to the World Cup for selection and stacking themselves up against the world. And I'm excited about that, to be honest, Pierre-Luc. Very excited with all the hard work we've put in, and to see some of these athletes perform against the world will be very exciting, and it'll be amazing to see these athletes back on the world stage again. So
yeah,
I know lots of fans.
Good. Yeah, I was
Go
gonna say
ahead.
it's always good to test yourself against the international field. It's been a while. Everyone got to train in different ways, so just to get a good indication of where everybody is, and then we'll help reframe for the rest of the summer. Try to train as best as possible given the conditions and the right environments to get ready. But yeah, looking forward to a summer of hopefully more paddling, not just on the international stage, but the domestic stage as well.
For sure, and I know Pierre-Luc, I just wanted to check in. I know lots of people watching want updates on our schedule here. We have, as we mentioned before, had two finals, C2 women and C1 men, 1,000-meter postponed. We are still just confirming the next steps in the schedule for that group. Those were postponed as we've engaged out of acting out of all caution, the sort of first layer of our COVID protocols. So we're still working on that, the next steps of that. Everything's following our protocols. Things are moving along, but we just wanted to provide that update that we will provide an update on the schedule and next steps. That's one thing that's currently happening, and our priority is the health and safety of our athletes, and also communicating with our athletes. So we're on the same page with all of those affected. So we're just doing that, working with them and their coaches. We will provide a general update. And the other piece of the puzzle also, separate from that, is we're just figuring out our next step with our scheduling of any potential race-offs and what the plan will be going forward with those. So I recognize people are waiting to hear, but we need to make sure we do this right our time, and we will communicate as soon as we can with everyone the schedule and the next steps. So
yeah, no, I think that's right, Ian. And then as soon as we know, we'll let everybody know. That men's K2000 is still on track, if I am not mistaken, for later this afternoon, scheduled for 2 p.m. Burnaby time. So for sure, tune in for that race. It'll be an exciting second final there. Won yesterday by Simon and Nick, but really close with Brian and Vincent, and really excited to see those crews go at it again.
Yeah. So thank you, everyone, and appreciate the support. And I know everyone's watching and wants to be part of the action here. And we are just moving forward, and we're really looking forward to that K2 event this afternoon. So Pierre-Luc, thank you. Merci. And we'll reconnect shortly. Thank you.
Yeah. See everyone in a bit.
The song our paddles sing in the stillness tells the story of a country. It's a song born here that echoes through history. An ode to distance, the unknown. We sweat, burn, push, and fight, not for money, glory, or accolades, because it reminds us of who we are. Screw loose daredevils and romantic obsessives, most ourselves in the rage and the whip and the whirl, or the reflective silence, before the gun goes, and we know we're home.
Salut,
everyone.
Pierre. Hello, Pierre.
Hey, Ian. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Here
to
we
this
are.
last race.
Exactly, Pierre. Go ahead.
I was going to say, welcome back to this last race of the Olympic and Paralympic team trials here from Lake Burnaby. A light drizzle, it seems, from the screen on the back to close off this men's K2 1,000 meter second final that will take place in just about 6 or 7 minutes. And be our last event of the day. A really exciting final following the final that we had yesterday, with the victory being taken by Simon and Nick, with a close second from Brian and Vincent. So looking forward to that showdown again, and those two other crews being able to push them along as we're coming through. So yeah, it'll be an exciting race, Ian. Can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, and as you see on camera, the rain is coming down here. Our streak of no rain has been broken, but it's calmed down again since the women's K1 final earlier. So it's going to be nice conditions here for this really interesting K2 race coming up. So I'm pumped to see one more race here, and I know lots of people are curious for an update on the different events and adjustments that have happened throughout the day today. So the women's C2 and men's C1 final 2 events, which are postponed and it will continue to be postponed, and they will be rescheduled with a date and location of those races to be determined in the coming hours, and as we work together on that issue. But we are going to proceed with those when the time is right and when that makes sense. And also for the race-offs, all race-offs, this block of finals are also going to be deferred, and the locations of those are going to be either at training camp or as potentially part of the World Cups, or determined in the process by the Chief Technical Officer. So this will be the final race of the weekend that's coming up now, and then those other pieces will be part of the selection process that's going to continue from here towards the World Cups, and as the quota situation becomes clearer through this peerless unique year, this unique year on a lot of levels, and we're continuing to work together on that. So that is the update on that front, Pierre.
Donc, pour donner un petit peu plus d'informations qu'Ian il vient de nous mentionner, le K2 va être la dernière course de la journée. La course de C2 de ce matin, qui était plus comme un time control qui a eu lieu, et le C1 1000 mètres qui n'a pas eu lieu, en fait, vont être repoussés à une date future et un endroit qui va être déterminé par le comité de haute performance et la direction de CKC. Et tous les race-offs qui devaient avoir lieu, donc un en K1 200 et peut-être un en K2000, dépendant du résultat de la prochaine course, vont aussi être repoussés à une prochaine date. Donc les athlètes vont pouvoir prendre part au processus de sélection, et ça sera dépendamment de ce qui va être décidé. Ça pourrait être à un autre endroit, soit un camp d'entraînement durant la compétition dans les Coupes du Monde ou à une date ultérieure. Donc plus d'informations qui vont être circulées, premièrement aux athlètes et aux entraîneurs, et ensuite à la communauté un petit peu plus large. Donc on va focuser sur la dernière course de la journée, le K2000 mètres, et s'assurer de terminer les essais paralympiques et olympiques de la bonne manière, en gardant la sécurité des athlètes en tête pour le reste de l'événement.
Yep.
Yeah,
Thanks,
Ian,
Pierre.
really
And
exciting race coming up here. Yeah.
I'm pumped. I'm pumped, and we saw an amazing performance yesterday from Nick Matviv and Simon, and Simon also successful in winning both finals in men's K1000, and we just saw Nick obviously has some speed in winning the second final of K1200, but that doesn't mean these other crews haven't been preparing a race plan and how they're going to attack this race. We saw the other crew in the last race of Brian Malfazy, Brian, and Vincent Jourdain with a great race plan attacking the first 500. They're going to look to tweak that, and I think we're going to see some exciting racing out here.
Yeah, are we still looking at a bit of a tailwind, Ian? I know that there was a strong tailwind for the women's K1 500 showing some fast times. So it looks like it calmed down a little bit from what we can see at the back, making it a little bit cleaner on the water, especially for this 1,000-meter race that's about to start in about 3 minutes now, as we're starting to make our way to the top. And we can see the start list here on the screen. So for the second final in lane 2, we have Mitchell Barron and Jacob Steele from Burloken and Masqua. In lane 3, Nick Matviv and Simon McTavish from Balmy Beach and Mississauga. In lane 4, Vincent Jourdain de Trois-Rivières and Brian Malfazy from Ridge. Lane 5, Alex Canning from Benook and Laurent Lavigne de Trois-Rivières. So really good crews here out there trying to close out the race. Being the last race is always stressful, seeing people being done and pressure going down for them and having to remain focused for a longer period of time. But those crews are experienced, they've done that before, and I'm sure they're just really excited to go and get going in this high stakes final. And we can see now that the water has calmed down, as Ian pointed out, as we're looking at the course. Little bit of a drizzle, not too bad. Wind's fairly straight, and then quite flat out there on the water. A nice shot here of the crew in lane 5. Getting ready to go. A little bit warmer than earlier today as well. I can see the athletes are wearing a bit less clothing, less restrictions, and all of that, and getting ready to go. So a nice shot here of Brian and Vincent.
Yeah, that's Vincent Brian in 4. Exactly. Yeah. So you see it calmed right down here, Pierre-Luc. This lake is changing hour by hour, but beautiful conditions now for this last race of the day here on Sunday at the Paralympic Olympic Team Trials on Burnaby Lake. So as we look at the screen now, from left to right in lane 5 is Alex Canning and Laurent Lavigne. Lane 4, Vincent Jourdain, Brian Malfazy. Lane 3, Nicholas Matviv and Simon McTavish. And lane 2 on the right, as we look at the screen now, Mitchell Barron and Jacob Steele.
Yeah, and the white flags are up now from the officials, so the starter has the race. We'll make sure that everyone is lined up and ready to go, and it looks like we have a start now in this last race of the Olympic team trials with the men's K2 1000 meter final 2. So a strong start here from a number of these crews, really jumping off the line and trying to gain as much speed as they can off the line to try to build some great glide as they transition into their travel pace just about now. Be interesting to see, as you mentioned earlier, if Brian and Vincent attack the first 250, 500 the same way they did yesterday. They had a comfortable lead at that point. It looks like their stroke rate is a little bit higher than Simon and Nick here. So it looks like they're really going after it right away and relying on their good endurance. They've done this before, being the 2019 World Championships crew that had a great result in the B final there. And the crew on the outside too in lane 5, also giving them a run for their money here in the first half.
That's Alex and Canning and Laurent Lavigne, U23 crew on the outside, looking strong there, Pierre.
Yeah, and really strong poise here by Nick and Simon, just making sure they stay in touch as they're coming through here towards the halfway point. This race is in the low 3 minutes, 3:10s, 20s, around that, depending on the conditions. So still a long race for these athletes as they're coming through, but tight field here as we're coming close to the halfway point. Between this field of really talented athletes. Look like Simon and Nick have come back a little bit, and it looks like it's a dead even for first place here between those two senior crews up there. So exciting finish here once again, trying to secure that second win for this boat in lane 3, and then pushing to get an ultimate race off for Vincent and Brian and out in lane 4. You can see the rate pick up here between those two crews, really trying to make a move on each other and then take the fight to them at this point. And Nick and Simon just remaining relaxed here. You can see just controlled as they're coming through. And Brian and Vincent just giving it everything they got and trying to really make sure that they're leaving it all on the water. Given this is the Olympic selection, it's really want to finish the way that you can. And all those guys have been training so hard for this. And great pickup there from the crew in lane 5 as well, trying to come back on the leaders at this point. But it's coming up to the last few strokes here as we're coming in the last hundreds. Again, Vincent and Brian just picking up the rate a little bit, and there we go, Nick and Simon as well, just raising the rate and responding to that push. So exciting as we're coming through in the last few meters of this race of the men's K2000 meter second final. Looking like Simon and Nick might have a few meters, but again, the angle is a bit deceiving here, but coming through with a strong performance again from lane 3 as we're approaching the finish line. And by about a boat or so, lane 3 taking the win here, their second win in the men's K2 event. So securing the overall win for this event, with lane 5 coming in a strong third place here, with lane 4 pulling a good finish to get back closer to them. So great race by everybody here. You can see those guys have gone as hard as they could to secure that win. They're 2 world-class crews, so never easy to get that victory. And great to see those guys cross the line here, and some celebration and relief as they're going through.
Yeah, Pierre, it's great. That was a great race for sure, and so proud of all those athletes out there. That was to be the last race of the weekend and to come down that tough 1,000-meter race course after a lot of races this weekend. I'm just super appreciative of their efforts and putting it all out there. It's great to see, win or lose, athletes putting all their efforts out. Brian Malfazy on his home course here with Vincent Jourdain putting in that great push in the first 500 to really push Simon and Nick there. And Simon and Nick had it today, like they did yesterday, to power through and make it. So happy for them, and great showing from the other crews, Alex and Laurent and Mitchell and Jacob. So great athletes as well coming up on the team. So just great to see, and kind of caps off what's been certainly a challenging weekend as we've navigated these Olympic and Paralympic team trials, but exciting as well, and exciting here to see, wow, a good time for.
Yeah, and we can see on the screen Nick Matveev and Simon McZavish, their time being confirmed here with 3:17.7, and in second place Vincent Jourdain and Brian Malfazy with a 3:20. Alex and Laurent, that U23 crew, coming in third place with a 3:26, and rounding up the field is Mitchell and Jacob in 3:29. So great from all of these athletes as they'll gear up towards the next stage of the selection through World Cups and some of the other opportunities ahead of the summer with trials and some of the other races getting underway as COVID allows over the summer. So excited to see where this goes and where athletes are going to be able to compete and get selected for other events this summer.
Well, Pierre-Luc, it's been an exciting week. It's been an exciting 4 days. As I mentioned, we've had some 6 spots are moving forward for nomination to the Canadian Olympic and Paralympic Committee for Tokyo, but a lot of spots continuing to be assessed, and a lot of process and races and training to still happen. So that will continue over the next weeks and months as we work towards, as a team, the World Cup in Szeged is the next major event, and as teams continue to train and work through this, but great time for our team to continue to work together towards their goals.
Yeah, I know, and thank you, Ian, for you and the team and everyone making this event successful, the volunteers, the staff, and trying to keep everybody safe. To the athletes and supporters at home, I know this was a bit of a different way to approach this event, but really appreciate all the support that we've seen, whether through your tweets, texts, the community getting together and supporting all of these athletes. Olympic and Paralympic trials are stressful. So it's great to see that the community was behind everyone. The community was behind everyone for this event. So thanks everyone for tuning in for sure. Big thanks to the city of Burnaby and to Canoe Kayak BC as well. They are huge supporters of making this happen.
For
Any
sure.
final words,
and thanks
Ian, before we sign
yeah,
off?
Well, thanks to you, Pierre-Luc, and also to Madeline Hall and Kia and Thor Scholar, who joined us on the other days for their insight and commentary. And again, from me as well, thank you to Canoe Kayak British Columbia and City of Burnaby and all the coaches and athletes. The journey continues as we work together always. But really, the final thank you is for the athletes and the incredible effort they put in here this weekend, how hard they all work through the year, and the entire community across the Canada to support them and everyone pushing together. So just a thank you, merci à tous pour nos efforts. Thank you, and we'll see you all soon and be in touch soon as the journey continues. So thank you, Pierre-Luc, and thank you to the whole crew on set here for helping us bring this broadcast to everyone. Thank you, merci.
Stay safe, everyone. Thanks.